Yes, this is called object detection. You can see that if you give the image as an input, you can identify the different objects which are present in this specific image. You can see that this person is being identified. You can see that the train is also being identified in here. So you can see the different objects which are identified and returned back as an array. You can see that the object is a person. The coordinates of the person in the image are also returned back. The XY coordinates, the width and the height also is returned related to the person. If you scroll down, you'd also see details about the format of the image, what is the dimension of the image, whether it's black and white, whether it's adult content, is it gory or racy. You can also get details about the color scheme of the specific image. Let's pick up another image from here. And you can see that the objects in that specific image are automatically identified. So in addition to tagging an image and in addition to generating a description from an image, you can identify the different objects and the coordinates of them in the image using computer vision APIs. Let's look at another demo related to videos. Over here, there are several videos. Let's pick one of them. Let's pick the one where Satya Nadella is talking. The UI is a little broken. If I scroll down, you can see who all are speaking in the video. So if you give video as an input, it can identify who are present in the specific video. So you can see that Satya Nadella is present 7 times, 22.50% of the video, and it also shows where he is talking, which points of the video is Satya Nadella appearing in. You can also see that another person is in the video. It's Sam George, and he also appears 7 times. If you click next, you can also look at the key topics that are being identified from the video. And you can also see where they are talked about. Let's pick up IoT Edge from here. You can see that there is a discussion about IoT Edge about 8 times, okay, and it is about 25% of the video. And you can see the specific points in the video where the discussion about IoT Edge happened. If I click next and go to sentiment and scroll down, you'd be able to see how sentiment changes throughout the video. You can see that there is positive sentiment at these parts of the video, and for most of the video, the sentiment is neutral. You can also see the key annotations which are present. You can see person, indoor, man. You can see floor, ceiling, computer, monitor. So these are all the times a monitor appears in this specific video. And you can also get a transcription of the video. So you can see that if I start playing the video, there is a transcription about whatever Satya Nadella is talking about in here. So vision related APIs help you to identify and analyze content within images and videos. Some of the important APIs include computer vision. This is used to analyze content in images and videos. Face API. If you'd want to detect the people who are present and the emotions of the people who are present in a specific image, you can make use of the Face API. In addition, you can also build your custom models using custom vision. Let's say you would want to identify the specific machine parts, or you have a use case where you'd want to identify the different types of clouds. I would want to identify whether a specific cloud is stratus cloud or cumulonimbus cloud or any of the other types of cloud which is present in here. In those kind of situations, I would need to build my own custom image model. And that's where I can go with custom vision. In this step, we got a 10,000 feet overview of the vision related APIs. I'll see you in the next step where we will talk about computer vision in depth. Welcome back. In the last step, we got a 10,000 feet overview of the vision related APIs. We saw a demo of few of the vision services, and we talked about some of the important APIs related to vision. In this step, let's explore some of the terminology with respect to vision. Some of this might be straightforward. The goal is to review so that there is no confusion between the terminology which is used with respect to vision. Image analysis. Image analysis is all about extracting tags from the image and extracting a caption or a text description about a specific image. So you give an image and get the tags associated with it, or get the text description about it. That's what is called image analysis. If you want to do image classification, what you are trying to do is to classify a group of images. It might be 10 images, 100 images, or 1000 images. You have a group of images and you would want to classify them into different groups. One of the options you can use is to generate tags or generate categories from the image and use the tags and categories to classify these images. This is what is called image classification. For example, if you have a group of 1000 images, you want to classify them into images containing vehicles and images that do not contain vehicles. So that's an example of image classification. We already looked at object detection. Object detection is all about identifying objects in a specific image. We looked at an example earlier where we detected a specific object in an image. Where is the cycle present in the specific image? For each of the objects in the image, when you do object detection, you get these details back. You get what type of object it is, what is the confidence level, and what are the coordinates of the bounding box. What is the x coordinate, what is the y coordinate, what is the width and height. Object detection goes deeper than image classification. Image classification is just to group images into different groups. In object detection, you want to go deeper. You want to identify specific objects in a particular image. Face detection is all about detecting human faces. It can be used for several use cases. For security, for tagging friends on Facebook, for validating identity of a specific person. These are all the places where you can make use of face detection. The other thing we already talked about is optical character recognition, OCR. This is to detect text in images. This can be printed text or handwritten text. Examples are if you want to find out text from a license plate or if you want to get text from an invoice. The goal of this step is to give you a high-level overview of the important terminology related to different vision services. Let's look into the specifics of each of the vision APIs, starting the next step. In a previous step, we learned that there are a number of vision-related APIs: Computer Vision API, Face API, and Custom Vision. In this step, let's focus on Computer Vision API. It is to process images and return information from a specific image. You can find documentation about all the APIs that are part of cognitive services in this specific link. When I navigate to this link, you should see all the documentation related to all APIs which are in cognitive services. And over here, if you search for vision and press enter, this is where you'd see the documentation related to Computer Vision API. You'd see that there are a number of versions related to Computer Vision API. What I would do is to use Computer Vision API v3.1, which is one of the latest that is available right now. If you click here and go inside, you'd land up on the documentation related to Computer Vision API. It is important to understand the hierarchy. In cognitive services, there are a number of vision-related APIs. And one of these vision-related APIs is Computer Vision API. This Computer Vision API provides you with state-of-the-art algorithms to process images and return information about these images. This specific API contains a number of operations. Analyze image, describe image, detect objects. These are all the operations which are present as part of the Computer Vision API. As far as this specific exam goes, you don't need to understand all the operations that are part of a specific API. A high-level overview is more than sufficient. Let's get started with one of the most important operations that is part of the Computer Vision API, which is the Analyze Image. The Analyze Image is the first one which is present in here. It is used to extract visual features from image content. What are the kinds of features that you can extract from an image? Can you describe an image? Can you provide a description or a caption? You can see that for this image, the caption which was generated is a city skyline with water. Can you categorize the image? What are the tags that are associated with this specific image? What is in the image? Identify objects, faces. Does the image contain celebrities or monuments? And also along with box coordinates. Understand where the specific object is present in the image. What type of image is it? Is it a clip art or a line drawing? What kind of color scheme is used in the image? Does the image have mature content? Does it have racy content or adult content? This is all the information that you'll be able to get when you use the Analyze Image operation, which is part of the Computer Vision API. In addition to the Analyze Image, there are a number of other operations which are provided by Computer Vision API. Some of them are very, very simple operations which include describe image, detect objects, recognize domain specific content, and tag image. These are very simple operations when compared to analyze image. Analyze image can provide you with a lot of details. However, when you want specific details, if you want just the description and a caption about a specific image, you can go for describe image. If you only want to do object detection, in that kind of scenario, you can go for the detect objects operation. If you only want to identify celebrities and landmarks, in that kind of scenario, you can go for recognize domain specific content. And if you want to generate a list of categories and tags that are relevant to an image, you can make use of the tag image operation. In addition to this, Computer Vision API also provides you with a get area of interest operation, which provides you with the most important area of a rectangle. Let's say I give it an image which only contains Statue of Liberty. Then the most important area of the image is Statue of Liberty. So it would return back the coordinates of Statue of Liberty. There is another operation to generate a thumbnail image. This is called get thumbnail. You can specify a width and height, and a thumbnail of that width and that height is generated for you. Now that we have a good overview of the important operations in Computer Vision API, let's get our hands dirty starting the next step. To be able to do that, we would need an Azure account. We will see how to create an Azure account in the next step. One of the important things to remember is that these demos are optional. If your goal is to just clear the examination, watching the demos should be more than sufficient. However, if you want to still get your hands dirty, you are welcome. You can join me and follow along in the demos that we would see later in the course. I'll see you in the next step where we would create our Azure account.
Welcome back. Are you excited to get onto the cloud? Let's get started in this specific step. The first step is to create an Azure account. And to create an Azure account, you would need two things. One is your personal details, including your address. The second thing you would need is a valid credit or debit card. Even though we would be using a free
detailed steps to perform any particular thing. It's really about understanding, well, what are the services, what are the types of AI machine learning we might want to do, and that's what it's going to be asking you. It's all multiple choice, there's no case studies, there's no hands-on. So what I wanted to do is kind of go through some basic things to think about as maybe a last minute kind of prep. Remember, this exam is about the Azure solutions around AI. And we can think about everything we're doing here is computer solutions to mimic human behavior. So if you think, well, we have this kind of brain thing up here, and then we have different kind of senses. We kind of have vision, we have speech capabilities, we can hear things, and all of those senses lead into the brain. It's a very terrifying human being, looks a bit like me. No hair, the brain power's burnt all that hair away. But the idea of all of these things is, if we have these models around machine learning, well, we're going to have certain information. We think about, well, there's information, i.e. data sets, for example, are going to come in. And also what we're then going to do is we want to do some training. So we use different models to train, and we're going to end up with, well, with the info and the training, we're going to have learning. So we're going to use models to train, and then we'll be able to use those, once we've done this model, well, to do different things. Now that might be, for example, to make a decision. It might be a prediction. There's various other things it could do. It might be a result. But essentially what we're doing in all of these things is we have these models and data sets and training. Some of them are pre-built, Some of them we're going to do our own training to actually enable these various things. But the goal is to create this ability to predict based on data, based on facts. That's everything we're kind of doing. Now there are various different types of activities. A very common one is like anomaly detection. Hey, we look at past results and then is that good or bad? Does this indicate a certain thing is going to happen, like predictive maintenance? Hey, the temperature's rising on these sensors, there's going to be a failure in X amount of times. But it's all about getting those various signals to enable us to do something. These decisions, prediction, again, I guess I'll write this in results. It could be as simple as like a chat bot. Hey, we get these sort of questions in, result, and we give some output back out. Now when we think about Azure and these kind of services, it's the Azure machine learning. So we have this Azure machine learning. Now the way we're actually going to use that is this Azure machine learning is this complete kind of platform that we're going to leverage. And there's various aspects to that platform. Now the first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to create a workspace. The Azure machine learning workspace is where we're actually going to go, and we're going to create this and then start doing the various things that we're going to leverage. Now to actually use the workspace, there's an Azure Machine Learning Studio that's going to hook into that workspace. Now you may have seen this already. If you go through those lab exercises, it's going to actually walk you through using this. This is this kind of machine learning ml.azure.com. Now when we create that workspace, if we want to kind of do our own trainings, for example, well, we need some compute. So one of the things we can add to the workspace is we can provision compute. And then what do we actually need, remember? Well, we've got to do that learning, that training, but we need information. So in addition to provisioning some compute on our workspace, well, we're going to create some data sets. This is what we'll use to actually train the environment. So these things will actually be used for our training. Now there are different types of models we can actually use for that training. For example, I can think about that data set I have coming in. That data set is actually, for example, structured. The data is tagged and it has some kind of value, for example. So if I have that kind of supervised set of data, let's do a different color. So if we have these kind of supervised, so when we have that, I have really three key types of models. We have regression. Now the point about regression is essentially what I'm going to get out of that is some numeric value, and that's based on that past history. So if I had fed this in, for example, comic books, if I had a whole set of data sets about comic books and attributes of comic books, the characters, the age, the condition, and then the values. So now I could pass in attributes of a comic book I have, and it would spit out, well, the value of that. That would be regression. Then we can think about classification. And as the name suggests with classification, I'm going to get a class, a category, is going to come out that based on the features. So for example, a classification here might be, hey, I'm applying for a loan, and it's going to give me a high or low risk based on the various factors that I feed into that. There's also time series. Now time series is kind of the same as regression. So it's regression plus time series set of data. So what this is going to really let me do is get a numeric for future point in time. So how much is my car going to be worth in 2 years based on these conditions, these various types of things. Now, this is all when my data is supervised. That data set actually had the data labeled. If I don't have that, there is also an unsupervised. So it's unsupervised. I'm really just going to feed in the data because I don't know what the outcome is going to be. And what it will do is it will look at various similarities across the data, and it will actually create for me kind of those categories, the various organization that it will actually get. So the whole point here is, so in Azure, hey, I've got this workspace, I have my compute that I use to do the training with my data sets, I apply, so these are all the various models, supervised, unsupervised, feed that into the training, and then of course, once I'm done, well, I'm going to deploy it. So now I think about actually deploying my trained model that I can actually do the prediction and use, and I'm going to typically deploy that in a production to AKS. So that's really production. If I'm just testing, I could use Azure Container Instances. And from that point, once it's actually deployed, I can now have clients connect to it. So I could have those various client apps who actually want to use that trained model I've created would go and connect in. So remember, to connect in, there's a number of different things to use, like there's an endpoint, there's going to be a key. So I have this kind of prediction key that gives me access to that, a project model. So pieces of data they're going to use to actually go and connect in and now use that. So that's kind of the picture when I think about, well, within Azure, how I can start to use and train and make these things actually available. So that's great from a how do I use it? But there's huge risks when we think about anything artificial intelligence, about, well, how does it make those decisions? There's a familiar thing, garbage in, garbage out. If my data set is not good, it can lead to a lot of problems. For example, bias. Imagine you had a data set and it was any English person who's bald is going to be a villain. That's the only data set I read in. When I applied for anything, it would say, well, John is a villain. He's bald and he's English. So if I have errors in my data, again, I'm training it with this data, so errors in the data will cause harm. I'm using data for the training. Well, that data might have sensitive information, so if the data is exposed, that's a problem. I might create solutions that don't work for everyone, so it's not going to be available and applicable to everyone that wants to use these things. We're trusting these models are correct. Who is responsible for the various decisions that these computers are making? So when we think about kind of the machine learning, this isn't just Azure. These are all these kind of principles. But when I think about this whole pattern, there are essentially 6 key AI principles that we really want to use for everything. And Microsoft has a whole site on this, and if we actually jump over super quick, it's worth having a look. It's just microsoft.com/AI/responsible-AI. So if we look here, this is the website, and it talks through the 6 key principles. And so if we think about these for a second, and you can go and kind of look at that website, but the 6 key principles are really based around fairness. So if I think fairness, we're talking about all people should be treating fairly. There is no bias which comes from that data that's used to train it. I can think about reliability and safety. So we're putting decisions, prediction in the hands of these various models we create. We need to make sure it's very rigorously tested. We make sure we've got very good deployment processes. Imagine this was, for example, self-driving car, and we didn't do very good testing. Well, there's a real issue there that it could cause loss of life. So you have to think about, well, how rigorously are we testing the reliability, the safety of these systems? Because the more and more we put in the hands of these systems, the more important it is they're fair, they're reliable, they're safe for us. We think about privacy. So we have privacy and security. Once again, we're training it with data. We have to make sure that data used is kept private. It doesn't leak. We don't share it with other people to use for their things. It should be inclusive. The system should include and work for everyone from every part of society, regardless of gender or race or physical abilities or anything. So this should be applicable to everyone. It should be transparent. If it's making decisions, we need to understand how it works. We need to understand when it works, when there are maybe limitations to it. Those should be very well stood out in statements. For example, if we can only test and we only know it works in very well lit conditions, we could say, hey, this system has been tested and works in these conditions. Outside of this, you should consult other things. We need to be very clear about how it works, when it works, limitations of it. And obviously, we still have to have accountability. Ultimately, there should be governance. There should be organizational principles that guide that the solutions that are created meet ethical, legal standards. There's always these grey areas on certain, like facial recognition. Facial recognition could be fantastic. If used in the right way, it can make life easier, it can increase security. But if used in the wrong way, it has privacy implications for us. And so that accountability, that idea around having ethical standards is super important in really everything that is done. So just we need to make sure that we understand those things. So in the exam, you can expect to see, well, what elements of our 6 principles does this apply to? So take a look at that website, make sure you've really kind of looked and you understand what they really mean. Watch the videos, feel pretty confident about that. Okay, so with that, let's go back and actually think, well, what exactly are the types of service? What are the types of AI that we typically want to use? So I'm going to start with vision. So I can think about, okay, so we're drawing kind of vision. And I'm drawing in just kind of the... For all of these things, no matter what we're doing, it's obviously using the brain as well. It has to then interpret and do something with this. So if we think for a second about computer vision, there are many different types of computer vision that we will typically see. For example, I can think about kind of image classification. So image classification, well, what is this image? So I could think about, well, okay, there's kind of a here, and that's supposed to be a car, and maybe there's a tree, forest. So you might say, hey, classification is car, or person, or group of people. I might also have the idea that I'm just saying, hey, this is a description, so I can have a description of the image. So I have the idea that, yes, I have classification, but I also might have kind of analysis of the image. Now, building off of that, on this analysis, well, instead of just telling me, hey, it's a car, for example, over here, or car in wood, black and white picture, I now might start to say, well, I could have that actually same image, but if I think about kind of analysis, now it's maybe like tags. So it's going to return to me car, tree, etc. So it's giving me the tags of what is actually in the image. Now within these classifications, these analysis, there are actually kind of these special domains. And we kind of see things about like celebrities, sports people, film stars, and landmarks. So if I use these specialized domains and show it a picture, it might be able to say, oh, Statue of Liberty, Arnold Schwarzenegger, will not say John Savile. So there's this option to have these specialized domains within these kind of image analysis of what we're looking at. Now also, we have the idea of, well, object detection. Now the difference here is, remember the classification, the analysis, is looking at the picture and it returns you a result about it. But if I actually now think about sort of object detection, that same picture, for example now, and I have the idea of I have a car, it's getting worse and worse, and then maybe tree. Well, now what it will actually do is it will put a box, it will return coordinates. So it will say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to put a box around this object. I'm going to say a car, and I'm going to give a probability, a confidence level in that result. So it's a 0.9. And around this one, well, I'm going to say tree, and I'm 0.8 confidence. So the object detection, we actually get a set of coordinates, the boundaries for the objects, and then the description, and then that confidence level actually of them. So that actually shows us the location of the items within the image. Then we actually have the next step, I'll draw a little bit of a gap, is semantic segmentation. So if we think about this is really kind of a box and the object and a confidence, this is all about the pixels. So with the semantic segmentation, again, if we kind of go to that same picture, and again I had kind of the car and the tree, this time what it's going to do is it will basically color all those pictures in, and it will say car is anything blue, and it would color the tree in and say tree is anything green. So it'll actually color the pixels on the picture to match what the actual object is that we're seeing. So that's kind of a very powerful capability. Then there are sets of services around facial. So when I think about the facial, there's different elements. This could, for example, just detect the faces. So hey, there's a face there. Again, a box for where the face is. This could have attributes. So age, happiness. I remember once I saw something at a baldness level. It was very highly confident in the baldness level of that. We can actually have recognition. So we know who a certain person is. So these different sets of capabilities around this. Now, you have to be aware of the limitations. Things like sunglasses, it can handle. So I can think about, hey, we've got a picture here with the person, I don't know what that is, it's supposed to be a person, or a strawberry, whatever. But if you put sunglasses on it, well, they can handle that. They're seeing the points of the nose, the mouth. But maybe an extreme angle would break that. So you have to be understanding of what it will do. But the whole point is it will kind of return the coordinates of kind of where there's a face, and then attributes, happy, sad, bald, age, male, female. And again, you have to be careful with those key principles. When we start identifying age, detecting male, female, there can be concerns around those things. Also, when we think about from a vision perspective, obviously OCR. Detecting maybe a few words in a picture. So I can think about how I'm reading just text and image, or maybe it's importing very large amounts of text. And there's two different APIs when I think about getting a few words compared to actually huge reading, so the read API, for larger amounts. Then there's things like forms recognizer. I have a big form that I want to bring in. So I've got a picture of a form, I want to bring it in. Maybe I've got some kind of questionnaire, surveys. I want to bulk kind of bring those things in and actually use them. So I can think that like for the OCR, I mentioned, well, there's an OCR API and there's a read API. If I'm just doing like a couple of small amounts, so this is kind of small text, small amount, and this is for large, kind of, it's basically a large amount of scanned text. This is a picture with a couple of words in it. This is actually how I'm scanning in maybe a page from a book, for example. So there's all these different types of kind of computer vision service that I may actually see within those things. So next we think about natural language, speech, and actually hearing. And then through that hearing, maybe transposing it to text, maybe translating it to other languages, maybe a combination of those things. So now I can actually think about, okay, well, I'm actually going to use red. So now I'm thinking natural language. So I'm thinking about, well, I'm kind of speaking and I'm kind of hearing these things. Let's zoom in a bit. And once again, there's different elements to this. I can think about, well, okay, there's speech. And speech actually entails a number of different things. I can think about, well, it's kind of speech to text. So it's hearing. Now, when I think about speech to text, there's really different aspects to speech to text. Because I have to think about, well, I have to take the various audio elements. So I think, well, there's audio comes in, those audio waves. The audio waves have to go to those phonemes. So I think about, okay, I'm going to my phone, make sure I spell it right. Nope, I didn't. Phonemes. If I think about what is the phoneme is kind of the unique sounds that exist. So we have letters of the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, and then the phonemes are the actual sounds, like cat, at. And so we take the audio to get the phonemes, and from the phonemes we actually get words. So we get those flow of different things. So a speech to text has to be able to do that. So that's kind of speech recognition to bring those things together. I can also think about, well, text to speech. So here we have some written thing, and we're actually going to say it out, maybe, well, which voice do we use for that? And then I can think about kind of speech to speech, i.e. speech translation. And there's a huge number of languages supported, but I'm hearing it in one language, I'm going to output it in another. So there's all these combinations of different things we can use. There's different APIs. But anytime you hear anything with speech as part of the requirement, it's using those kind of speech capabilities, whether it's translation, whether it's hearing, whether it's speaking. It's going to use those things within that speech. Now there's also, I can think about, as part of natural language, I can think, well, there's various other text services. So I can think about, well, there's natural language, but then sure, there's text. So if I think text, well, there's analysis. So with textual analysis, I'm looking at a document and I'm doing various things that I want from that document or that passage of text. And sometimes we're looking for kind of key phrases. So I can think about a key phrase is, what is the key talking point? I can be looking for entities. So that could be a person, a place. I might be trying to do sentiment. So for sentiment, is it kind of positive? And you're going to kind of get its value. So for example, 0.99 would be super high. Or is it negative? 0.1. Neutral will be maybe kind of a 0.5 type thing. It might also detect language. Now, if it can't detect the language, you'll kind of see NaN. So that's if the language is ambiguous, it cannot be detected, it can't tell. Just kind of understand those things. So we have that text analysis. That sentiment analysis can be very, very powerful. It's very common to see, for example, hey, I'm scanning Facebook, I'm scanning Twitter, we get the text in, we send it to that sentiment analysis, return back positive or negative, and then we kind of do something with it. So we have analysis. We also do have things around translation. And that's kind of over 60 plus languages. With that translation, again, I could think about translating the speech. There's translating, yes, there's text, but it is also kind of translating speech. And when you think about the speech side, you can actually do various things. There's filtering, like I can have a profanity filter. So don't cover that stuff. I can have a selective filter to say, well, don't translate these things. Maybe it's a brand name, so don't translate those things. So we have these kind of capabilities around the text, and then there's kind of language understanding. So when I think about language understanding, you'll often hear this kind of LUIS. That's the Language Understanding Intelligence Service. So that can be both an authoring or a prediction type of resource. And its goal is about maybe detecting intent from an utterance. So like if you have devices in your house like a smart home, you can say, hey, turn on the lights. So it can detect the intent, i.e. turn on the lights. So we think about the entities and the intents and the utterances. We train that in the model, so now it can actually go and do those various things we actually want. So that's all around that kind of LUIS. So those are kind of some of the key things just from the computer vision, the natural language. Now there's also a set of capabilities around kind of conversational AI. And I'll kind of draw that down here. So then we can think about, let's make that a bit bigger, conversational AI. So these would kind of be interactions. That's not a beard, that's kind of he's talking. So different types of interactions with the users. And there's two elements really to conversational AI. I can think about, well, there's this Q and A maker. So this is all about creating a knowledge base. Now that knowledge base, you could create it directly inside the knowledge base. I could think about importing an FAQ from somewhere else. Could be a chit-chat data source, it could be a web page, doesn't really matter. But it's all about kind of these Q question and answer pairs. So I'm creating that knowledge base. And then I actually want to do something with the knowledge base. So then we have the Azure Bot Service. And what the Azure Bot Service is going to do is a framework to develop, manage, and actually publish these bots. So what the bots are actually going to do is it's going to take this knowledge base. So it takes the knowledge base you've got here and it's going to expose it through various channels. And a single bot could actually expose to multiple. Like I could have a bot that exposes a knowledge base to a web-based chat, to Teams, just by having kind of multiple twos. So it can have more than one within a single bot element. So think of the bot as the interface to the knowledge base, and then I'm exposing it out there. So those are kind of the types of service we think about. And obviously there's a lot of them. But it's all about, hey, I can see things, be it objects or text or forms. We have different types of, well, hearing speech, translating languages, outputting speech, analyze text. What is the sentiment? What is it asking me to do? That natural language understanding, then actually interacting with people. So if these are all capabilities, well, how do we actually use them? So then we actually get to, well, what are the Azure services? So what are the Azure kind of AI services? Now when I think about, there are a lot of them. Some of them are specific, and then there's a general one. So I can think from a many capability, there is just the Azure Cognitive service. So this gives me kind of one endpoint, key, that I can now use regardless of what service I want. So this has many of the different services contained in this single cognitive service. So if I just want to be able to use many different cognitive services, I want it as simple to administer as possible. I don't care about how the different billing's happening. If I create a cognitive service, I can use pretty much any of them. There are some exceptions to that. But if you see a question that's like, hey, I need a single service to use multiple, I want to do vision and text, the answer is going to be cognitive service. And then you have the idea of kind of specific. Now specific is going to be, hey, you just need to use this one, or I need to be able to individually track the billing or usage. And even within these individual ones, sometimes they can only be used for authoring or training or prediction. So if you select both, it will actually create two separate resources. So from a specific perspective, I can think about computer vision. So we kind of talked about computer vision. Now these are all pre-built, no training. So I cannot train it with my own images, for example. I can do the analyze of the images, I can do OCR, all those things, so this does include OCR. But I can't use my own images to go and train and do those things. Then you have, and computer vision is included in cognitive service. Then you have custom vision. Now with custom vision, I can use it for training or prediction. If you select both, it will create two resources. So you can say both, but it will create two, one for each. And with the custom, well, so I'll get a key and endpoint for each individual one, so I can separate that tracking, but now I can actually use my own images, for example, to do that training, so it gives me that capability. Once again, that's part of that. Then we have the face service. So the face, remember, is about that identifying people, grouping, analysis, classification. That is part of that. Then we have forms recognizer. And this is important because this is not part of that. So forms recognizer is that ability to import an image to a form. I think it's 20 megabytes max size. I'll put that. But that is not part of that general cognitive service that can do most other things. We have a text analysis service. So it's another service we can leverage there. There's a speech service, and remember, if the question says speech in any way, I could think about, well, this is kind of text to speech, speech to text, speech to speech, i.e. translation. It's going to be that. Remember, you can combine those things together. For example, it could hear German and it could output to English text. So that's going to be the speech capability there. Then there is the translated text. And again, that's those kind of 60 plus languages. And there's certain codes you configure. You can translate to multiple with a single call. So once again, you can have multiple two for the languages you want to go to. So I could have a English coming in and in a single call go to German and French, for example. So we have that ability within there. And again, that's got those kind of, once again, that profanity filter. And it also have kind of that selective. So I could say, hey, don't translate this. Maybe it's a brand name, for example. I don't want to do that. Those things, so the text analysis, I've got to draw the dots, is in there, is in there, is in there. So all of these, the only exception is really that forms recognizer. We have language understanding. So the language understanding is, again, this can be authoring or prediction. If you say both, it's going to create separate resources for them. This is where you define those kind of entities. I define the intent, the utterances, and then it goes and builds that. And then those final two services. So I have, remember, that Q&A, maker, and I had that, so remember the Q&A maker makes the knowledge base, which are those question and answer kind of pairs. Again, remember, you can create that in the tool. I could import a document, I could import a chit chat, the different things I can do to create that. And then there's the Azure bot service. And And these are not within cognitive service. These are separate services. But again, this is all about essentially developing and managing those bots that take the knowledge base and make it available to some kind of channel. So the key thing I would really say is, remember for these, anytime you see a question that says, hey, you need multiple, it's probably going to be, unless it says you need multiple and you want to track individually the cost, or I want to isolate the key, it's probably going to be cognitive service. If it says, hey, I just want this one service, I want separate keys and endpoints, it's probably going to be the individual specific one. So understand the capabilities of them. Make sure you understand the types of kind of AI and the machine learnings. Make sure you understand those kind of key AI principles around the fairness, reliability, privacy, inclusive, transparency, and accountability. And again, if you go through that Microsoft training course, it will have you go and create a workspace, use the studio to provision some compute, make sure you delete it afterwards or you're going to pay for that. They have some sample data sets you can bring in to do different types of training against the models, and then actually see that all in place. It's not a super complicated exam. Its real goal is just to cover breadth, make sure you understand there are different types of service, when you would use what types of service. That's really just the goal of the exam. So take your time, do the prep, don't overthink it, don't panic about failing. If you're failing, big deal. It will tell you where you're weaker, go and restudy those elements, you'll pass it next time. So good luck, until next time, take care.
Hello and welcome to this training on active listening. In this training, I share with you techniques to listen better, retain information, rephrase what you heard and ask better questions. My name is Jamal Azar, I'm an author and speaker, and my goal through this training is to help you master the basics of active listening. These techniques will help you improve your communication and increase your productivity. We spend 60% of our time communicating with others, listening. Studies have shown that the majority of people only retain between 25 and 50% of conversation, which is very little. This means that if two people spend 10 minutes talking, they retain less than half of the things that have been exchanged, which is very little to get results and maintain a good level of productivity and avoid misunderstandings or conflicts. There are certain strategies that you can put in place to get the results you want. And it is these actions that will give you the edge and largely determine your future career and professional development. During this training, you will learn how to listen better and therefore communicate better, because your words will be more coherent. You will gain the respect and trust of your employees, and you will boost your leadership skills in your organization. The training is in the form of videos, and the different videos follow a very specific order, so I recommend that you follow them in order. And if you want to benefit as much as possible from the information of this training, I strongly recommend that you do the various exercises, because you can know all the techniques. If you do not apply them, you cannot get the results you want. And know that I'm here to help you and answer your questions if needed. Nowadays, everything is going so fast that we no longer take the time to listen effectively. Distractions are everywhere, which makes it increasingly difficult to concentrate and focus. Two essential elements for efficiency and productivity in the workplace. Active listening allows you to be more productive, better influence others, and also know how to negotiate and resolve conflicts effectively. I promised you a hands-on course with techniques you can implement right away, so I'm not going to take too long to talk about theoretical concepts. So very quickly, active listening is a concept resulting from the work of the American psychologist Carl Rogers. Active listening is the mixture of several techniques and disciplines. Moreover, in this training, I will share with you certain NLP or neuro-linguistic programming techniques which are not traditionally associated with active listening, but which I find essential for anyone seeking to improve their listening and communication skills. Active listening, when practiced correctly, allows you to remove all distractions, to focus only on the essentials of what is being said, listen to words but also to nonverbal cues, rephrase what has just been said, and ask better questions in order to better support the person in front of you. By being 100% present with the person in front of you, you will better understand what the person is trying to communicate and what they are feeling. The words you use to communicate a message are important, but it's not just the words. Your voice, intonation, and your body language also communicate a lot about your intentions and emotional state. This is true for you, but also for the person in front of you. So, by practicing active listening, you will be able to correctly interpret other signals not expressed by words. In the first section of this training, you will discover your favorite listening style, and I will also share with you techniques to improve the other styles where you are less efficient in order to adapt to all situations. You will discover the different barriers to active listening and what you can do to overcome them. And I will also share with you exercises throughout the training to practice the different techniques. So, without further ado, let's get started. When we talk about active listening, we are not just talking about hearing words and sentences and understanding them. Active listening requires the listener to be 100% focused on what is being said, to understand, respond, and also remember what was said. The goal, as you have understood, is not just to listen passively, but it is listening that is active. We are not just receivers of information, but actors in the conversation. In this video, I would like to share with you the key areas of active listening so that you can assess your level and also know the areas where you have the most work to do. Because We all have a favorite listening style. It is a style that comes to us naturally. But that said, you have to develop the other styles so that you can adapt to all situations. We start first by talking about the content, what is said, therefore the information communicated, and then we will look at your interlocutor and your interaction with this person. First of all, I would like us to zoom in on what is being said. Here, we are only talking about the words and sentences spoken by the person in front of you. And there are several things to look at. And we start with your degree of concentration. Are you a rather attentive person? Or on the contrary, do you find it difficult to concentrate on conversations? Do you find it easy to concentrate in a particular context but not others? If so, in which context do you have the most difficulty concentrating? Do you have trouble following long conversations? I start with this point because it is very important for you to have a good level of concentration during your conversations. Personally, I have no problem listening to long conversations. I don't lose my level of concentration, but I know some people struggle with that. I will put all these questions for you in the next article so that you can think about it and detect in which context you have the most difficulty maintaining a good level of concentration. Then, I would like us to look at your degree of comfort with the level of detail. Are you more detail-oriented or big picture-oriented? And we start with the details. You should know that we do not all interpret information in the same way. Some people are more detail-oriented than others. So it is important for you to know, do you pay more attention to the arguments put forward by the person in front of you? Do you pay more attention to numbers? Do you pay more attention to detailed descriptions of what happened or the detailed description of a product? Do you find that others never give enough details? Do you find that the level of detail is never satisfactory? Or the opposite? You do not pay too much attention to details but are more interested in the general idea. You don't remember the details, but you are more comfortable with the overall idea that the person is trying to communicate to you. It is important to be aware of this difference because if, for example, you are someone who is more interested in the overall message, the general idea, the big picture, this can have an impact on your career. Let's imagine that your manager asks you to do a task with several very specific things that he wants or she needs. So your natural tendency will be to neglect the small details because for you, you have understood the idea and you do not listen to the rest, which was my case in the past and it still happens to me even right now. I'm more interested in concepts, in ideas, and if someone gives me too many details, I tend to forget them or just not listen to them. It takes a conscious effort to remember details. And I will share with you a technique that I use in the next video to retain details. So, we just talked about the level of detail that others communicate to you. Now, I would like us to look at what is going on in your head, so your mental load. Do you ever listen to someone and at the same time think about lots of other things at the same time? Do you think about your bills, your children at school, the presentation that you need to prepare, the emails you need to answer, and so on? This stream of thoughts in your head can affect the quality of your listening. And there is the other category of people who think about what they are going to answer when the person has not yet finished speaking. You really have to keep in mind that as soon as you have your answer ready, you tend to stop listening to the rest of the conversation and therefore potentially miss out on some key elements. I'm sure that you have already talked to someone and you see on their face that they have an answer already and they are just waiting for you to finish to give you the exact answer that they have already on their head. So this person no longer listens to you, no longer listens to what you have to say in this case. It is better to stop talking and resume when you see that the person is receptive, and there are techniques to do that. So, we just talked about your level of concentration, your presence during the discussions. We talked about the level of detail. Are you detail or general idea oriented? We talked about your mental load. Are you busy thinking about lots of things when you listen, or Do you have a free mind to listen to the person in front of you? Now, I would like us to look at your strategy when you listen to the person in front of you. What goes through your head when you receive information expressed by your interlocutor? Are you constantly evaluating what is being said? Are you more the type to analyze and question everything that has been said? So you reevaluate everything you are told. And two questions keep crossing your mind. Why does he or does she say that? And what is his intention? So you listen, but you remain on your guard. You question and you evaluate the content at the same time as you listen to it. So you put it in context, but also you try to verify the veracity of what is said. If so, what questions do you have? What are your fears? Does this happen to you in a particular context? Or are you likely to evaluate everything all the time? So we just talked about the questions you ask yourself in your head, but there is also the other aspect, the questions you ask your interlocutor. I remember I was chatting with a former colleague who had just joined the team. I explained to him how a product he was going to work on functions, and I could see in his eyes that he didn't understand everything. I tried to reformulate, to explain the concept in several ways, but I saw that he was still lost, but he didn't ask questions. I asked him what he didn't understand, but he told me that everything was okay. Later, he explained to me that he dared not to ask questions and that he wanted to do some research on his own after our meeting. So, do you ask questions to seek clarification if something is unclear? Or do you prefer to listen without asking questions and then do your own research later? Do you ever rephrase what has just been said to check that you have understood correctly? Do you ever summarize the discussion in meetings to make sure everyone is on the same page? I know that I'm asking you a lot of questions. Here the goal is to cover your listening style. So we will see in the other videos the detail of each listening style and the techniques to improve the quality of your listening. So please be patient with me. Here I'm just trying to share with you all the aspects of active listening. The next aspect is the use of silences or interruptions. Can you listen in silence, or are you more of an interrupter? Either to ask questions as we have just seen, or to add details, or simply share your own experience. So you find it difficult to listen in silence. We just talked about all the content, the message, and what's going on in your head. But active listening is also done on other levels that we will see together. They are non-verbal cues. So are you paying attention to the body language of the person in front of you? Because sometimes the real message is hidden in non-verbal language. It can be tone of voice, intonation, gestures, facial expression. So is it easy for you to spot these signals and also to interpret them correctly? Many people are so focused on what is being said that they miss out on these gold mines of information. There is also your empathy towards your interlocutor. Do you show signs of empathy when talking with others? Do you find it easy to put yourself in other people's shoes to understand how they feel? Can you put yourself in their shoes to see things from their point of view? And the last point I would like to share with you is your engagement in the conversation. Do you nod your head while listening? Do you keep eye contact? Do you nod when you understand? Do you change your facial expression when it's not clear? Do you say small sentences like, it's clear, yes, I agree, of course? Or do you listen religiously while waiting for the person to finish? All of these questions give you an indication of your listening style. Keep in mind that there is no right or wrong answer. There are certain behaviors that are more appropriate in certain situations. My goal is to help you become more flexible, to have more tools in your repertoire to adapt your response to your interlocutor. I hope you took the time to answer the various questions in the article. I hope you are also clearer about your listening style. Before talking about the different styles of active listening, I would like to look at the context in which listening takes place. We have seen that your level of concentration is very important. It is for this reason that I begin with this point. Whether it is a formal discussion, for example, it's the annual interview with one of your employees, or a meeting with an important client, there are certain important things to take into account. First of all, there is your emotional state. Before starting a conversation, and to be sure to be able to listen and exchange effectively, you must be in a good mental and emotional state. For that, there are some basic rules to respect. Be rested and calm. If you are worried, upset, or in a bad mood, I suggest that you reschedule your appointment. Otherwise, take time before your meeting to find a calmer emotional state. I remember when I had one of my first job interviews, I had an appointment with a director. I waited calmly in the lobby of the building, and at the time of the appointment, the assistant of the director who was to interview me came to see me and told me that the director had just finished an important meeting that went wrong. He asked me 15 minutes to calm down. I thought it was very professional of him to be emotionally intelligent and ask me for 15 minutes to calm down and not subject me to his emotional state. I was taken for this position, and it gave me confidence to work under his responsibility later. So, if you have things that concern you, you can write them down on a paper to externalize them. You can postpone your meeting. You can meditate for a few minutes to regain your composure. So you can even go outside for some fresh air. It doesn't matter what you do, but do your best to be in a mental and emotional state conducive to conversation and listening. There are also other elements like the place of your conversation. And we will have the opportunity to talk about this point later when we will talk about noise. But where you are going to have your conversation is important. You want to find a quiet place that make it easier for you to listen. This point may seem obvious to you, but I bet that you have found yourself having an important conversation in a place where it was difficult to listen properly. We can also talk about the time of your discussion. It goes without saying that a discussion late in the day can be difficult to follow than at the beginning of the day. Personally, the last hours of my days are free of meetings. Even when I was working in the corporate environment, I did my best to avoid meetings at the end of the day. These are times when you are naturally more tired, and therefore you may lack the patience or simply the concentration to listen effectively. I realize that it's not always easy to eliminate these kind of meetings, but if it is possible in your case, do your best to avoid important meetings at the end of the day. So these were the three elements that I find the most important to put all the odds on your side to have the most effective listening possible. In the next video, we'll talk about your attention to detail. Now, I think it's time to analyze the different styles in more detail. First, I would like us to look at your attention to detail. It can sometimes be super important for you to remember certain details. For example, if you are in a meeting with important customers and they list you several important improvements which they would like to see to have implemented in your product. It is very important to have a system in place to record and remember them. But memorizing the details is not always necessary. If, for example, you discuss with a colleague who tells you about a project from the past which has no impact on your daily life, in this case, remembering or paying attention to details is not necessary. You can save the mental energy for another task. So ask yourself, do I need this information? To do my job properly, do I need to remember this information? Besides, if you are not sure, you can ask your interlocutor. Sorry to interrupt you. I was wondering if I should remember all that. Am I going to need it? Because when changing teams or arriving at a new company, the amount of details to remember can be overwhelming. It is for this reason that I found it is necessary to confirm with your interlocutor whether the information is important to you or not. And here is a technique that has helped me tremendously to retain information when talking with someone. Well, first of all, you have to want or intend to retain the information. This is really the starting point. Then, by listening to the person, you have to be able to associate images with what the person is explaining to you. For example, if a colleague tells you a story with lots of details, the name of his children, the name of his dog, and so on, I like to mentally visualize the information. You therefore associate images with these people, their first names, and the different places to better memorize them. That said, if the context allows it, for example, during a meeting with a client, the ideal is to take notes. Take detailed notes and then code them to your interlocutor to find out if you have all the information, saying something like, so to sum up and make sure I have all the information, if we do this, and this, would that be good for you? Sometimes you know the information is important, but what can be a problem for you is the amount of information to retain. For example, the person explains a long list of steps to follow with words that you do not necessarily understand. In addition to writing down the information, which will help you retain it, I suggest that you put your ego aside and ask for clarification. Say something like, could you help me understand this? Or what does this word mean in this context? One of the biggest lessons I have learned as a product manager is to not guess what other people mean. If a word is unclear or a concept is unclear, it is best to ask questions and ask for clarification. We may speak the same language, but from one team to another, from one department to another, from one company to another, we may use the same terms, but they do not always mean the same thing. If a detail is unclear, ask for clarification. Once, I remember, I was talking with the head of an IT developer team, and he told me a date to finish a project. Okay, I note the date, I communicated the date to the client. On the day, I found out that the product has not been delivered as expected. I recontacted this manager, and he says to me, yes, I told you that it will be ready in the test environment. That's how we do it here. For the production environment, you need to check with another team. He could have told me that he was talking about the test environment and not the production one, but it was my fault. I assumed that he was talking about the date in the production environment because for me, a finished product is a product that is delivered to the customer. But from his perspective as a team leader of his team, a finished product is a product that is finished by his team members. The rest is not important to him. So you have to know how to be flexible and ask for clarification if necessary. As Nietzsche said, the devil is in the details. So write down the details if you need them. Ask for clarification and don't take guesses. If something is unclear or vague, ask for explanations. These kind of practices can really make a difference in your career. The other person will naturally trust you more and appreciate you more because you take what they have said seriously and go so far as to write it down to remember them. We just talked about the details, but sometimes you need to do the opposite. You need to take a step back from what has just been said to get the big picture. Moreover, the higher you go in the hierarchy, the more this skill becomes essential for your work because you have people who manage the small details for you. Your role is to give direction and less to perform small tasks. So, coming back to our topic. In some situations, if you pay too much attention to detail, you can miss the big picture. The challenge is that we all have a natural tendency to pay attention to details or not. For example, I was managing a project and I often had meetings with the members of the project team to clarify certain solutions. During the discussions, it was quite easy to see those who were interested in the details and who had a hard time stepping back to see the whole project and what we were trying to accomplish, and those who were bored as soon as we discussed the details of the solutions. These natural tendencies were reflected, for example, in the questions asked by the various participants. Some asked about questions about details, important or not, and others wondered each time what the goal was, whether the solution fit into the overall vision of the project or not. Except that in these meetings to which I refer, it was question of talking about computer application architecture, and this was not the place to talk about the details. Despite this, these people could not help but want to clarify the small details, which of course was frustrating and slowed down the flow of the meeting. I don't know if you had the opportunity to work with Japanese clients. In Japanese culture, there are no minor details. Everything is important, which can annoy some Westerners who don't understand why the Japanese don't take a step back to talk about the overall idea first and then go into the details. So, to avoid getting lost in the details when it is not necessary, it's first necessary to clarify the objective of the discussion, whether it is a group discussion or a simple exchange with a colleague or a manager. It is important to define the objective of the discussion and what you seek to accomplish. This avoids any ambiguity and clearly tells you what to focus on. If in a meeting the goal is to talk about the architecture of a web application, this objective must be clearly defined and communicated to the various participants. If the goal is to talk about details like the color of the different buttons, the different options of the application, the dates of the completion of the different parts of the code, and so on, it has to be clearly defined. This way, expectations are clearly defined and communicated. If you want to improve your leadership skills, do not hesitate to summarize what has just been said. Good leaders manage to summarize the discussions in a few sentences. So you do not have to wait until the end of the meeting to do it. If a lot of points have been discussed, you can summarize what has just been said. This gives everyone the opportunity to take a step back, check that everyone is aligned, and also give a fresh start to the discussion. If you are someone who is more detail-oriented, do your best not to panic when you miss a detail, or when you don't understand a word, or when you don't understand a detail. For example, if you are listening to a presentation and you don't have the opportunity to interrupt the presenter to ask a question, write it down and keep listening. Sometimes we get stuck on a detail and forget to listen to the rest of the presentation. So do your best not to panic and keep listening. Perhaps this detail will become clear during the presentation. Maybe you will understand this detail if you put it in the context of the presentation. If not, you can always ask the question afterwards. You see that in the field of active listening, you have to know how to adapt to each situation. There is not a single technique, but several tools that you can use depending on the context and the situation in which you are. When you are listening to someone, you may be physically present, but your mind may be completely elsewhere. This is why I told you that you have to be 100% present with the person you are chatting with. I found the best technique for getting the things that you are thinking of out of your head is to write them down and put a reminder in your calendar to think about them later. Give you an example. If you have received an email from your manager asking you to do something that was not planned in your already very busy schedule, inevitably you will think about it to know how to solve this problem. What I do, and that works very well, is to write down the ideas or whatever pops into my head and put a reminder in my calendar to think about it. Like that, I get these thoughts out of my head and I'm calm because I have a slot planned in my calendar to manage them. Our brain cannot do several things at the same time. So if you are thinking about your emails, you are not going to listen to the person in front of you. The other important point that I would like to share with you is the scenario where you must, for example, make a decision after the discussion. This happens frequently in the business world. Imagine that one of your team members presents to you a challenge that he encounters. So he presents the two options he is thinking of, and he asks for your opinion. Here, in addition to listening, you must analyze and make a decision. This ability to properly analyze the various arguments presented is crucial for your organization, but also for your professional development. So while listening, you should pay attention to several things. You should ask yourself, are these arguments valid? What are the intentions of my interlocutor? You know that in the workplace or elsewhere, everyone has their own agenda and everyone tries to do their job by doing their best. Except that the agenda of one team may be different from that of another. Tries to do their job or elsewhere, interlocutor. You know that in the workplace or elsewhere, everyone has their own agenda and everyone tries to do their job by doing their best. Except that the agenda of one team may be different from that of another. It is for this reason that it is necessary to put the arguments in their context by asking what the intentions of the interlocutor are. I saw that regularly, let's say the manager of the department responsible for security put procedures and safeguards to prevent computer attacks to the detriment of the time needed to apply changes requested by customers. While the sales rep responsible for customers, his whole world revolved around customer satisfaction and he wanted changes to be implemented as quickly as possible. So, depending on the person you have in front of you, you will not have the same arguments and the same priorities. Also ask yourself, do you have arguments that present the pros and cons of each solution? Do you have enough information to make your decision? It sometimes happens that the arguments presented are not sufficient to make your decision. This is why you have to listen carefully. You also listen to separate facts from emotions. Sometimes people will present what they think or feel as an argument. Let's imagine that one of your team members presents to you two solutions and he says, I think we should choose this one because it is better and the other one is really bad. If the arguments boil down to saying that one is better and the other one is bad, that is not enough. Of course, I'm exaggerating here, but it's to show you that it is important to separate facts from emotional opinions. If the person presents you with facts and logical arguments, you can always ask them for their opinion or feelings, but first the facts. To develop this skill, it takes practice. Listening, thinking, and making a decision takes a lot of practice, but it is a skill worth developing. The most important thing is to stay focused on the discussion and listen to the arguments until the end. Do not stop at the first argument that does not suit you to make your decision. Listen, stay present until the end. You can also ask questions or ask yourself the question that we have just covered. This saves you from making a decision quickly and ignoring the rest of the arguments. Have you ever talked to someone but didn't feel like the person was listening to you? Or maybe you are in a meeting, you are presenting something important but you don't have the attention of your audience. This kind of situation happens very often in the business world. I found myself in this kind of situation several times. If you often give presentations like me, you must have had to deal with audiences that were not always attentive to your message. I believe that it is our responsibility to grab the attention of our audience or our interlocutor and to keep it. It is not something obvious, but there are techniques that can help you. Ask yourself why the person is not listening to you. Don't guess. Ask the person, I'm trying to communicate something important. Could I get your attention? Sometimes it's not the time to talk. It is better to postpone the discussion. But you can also ask yourself the opposite question. Why should the person listen to you? It is our responsibility to motivate others to listen to us. We can motivate others to listen to us by showing them why our message is important and why it matters now. We can do this by asking questions, for example, so that the audience can identify with the problem and therefore be interested in the solution that you are going to present. And that's exactly what I did at the beginning of the video by asking you if you had already given a presentation but you did not have the attention of your audience. If this is your case, you will naturally pay more attention to the following. You said to yourself, yes, I face this problem and I would like to know the solution to solve it. Let's imagine that you are a young entrepreneur and you have several e-commerce sites. One of your main concerns is the security of your sites. If someone starts their presentation by saying, "Do you wake up every morning hoping your site has not been hacked? Have you seen all the recent cyber attacks in the news and you are wondering if your site is next on the list?" You will naturally listen to what follows because it is a subject that interests you directly. This is a problem you are having. If you are talking to company directors, you can say, "Do you have trouble recruiting young talents? And when you hire them, you have trouble keeping them?" These people encounter this problem and they are desperate to find a solution. By clearly explaining why the person should listen to you, it becomes easier for you to capture their attention. Even if, for example, you are preparing a presentation on a project that you have just finished and which you are going to present to your colleagues in your company, you can say, "Have you heard of the black box project and wondering what it is exactly? Would you like to know how we managed to launch 3 web applications in 3 weeks instead of 6? If I'm a developer, of course I'm going to be curious. I want to know how this person did it." If you want to avoid people looking at their computers and answering emails or people pulling off their phones to check their social media, ask questions to get their attention. And the more specific your questions are, the more likely you are going to have an audience that is captivated and ready to listen to what you have to say. But you too can do the same thing if you are in the position of a listener. Let's say that you are listening to someone talk to you about a subject that you are not very passionate about. This person goes in all directions. You don't see the end goal of the conversation. You can ask the person, "I'm not sure where are you going with this?" Or "What is the connection with our discussion?" Or "What exactly are you trying to tell me?" Or sometimes I ask directly, "Why is this topic important and why is it important now?" This way, your listening is much more effective. You give the person the opportunity to show you why their message is important. You are helping them to motivate you to listen to what they have to say. You can use silence too. Sometimes during my presentations, if I see that some members of the audience are no longer listening, I stop speaking. I do this even when chatting with one person. I stop talking. The person in front of you immediately notices that something has changed and immediately refocuses on your conversation. These are small techniques that allow you to capture the attention but also create the right conditions for you to facilitate your listening. We cannot talk about active listening without talking about your empathy. Empathy is very important whether in your private or professional life. It is thanks to empathy that we can have harmonious human relations. How many excellent people in their fields, they perfectly master the technical skills in a role, but cannot manage to evolve within the company because they cannot work with others. They are not tolerant of needs of others or simply fail to see the point of view of other team members. Unfortunately, we also see this phenomenon with managers who are promoted to managerial positions because they are good technicians but lack the emotional intelligence to manage people. Now, what is empathy? It is the ability to understand other people's emotions. In other words, to put yourself in the other person's shoes, to see things from their point of view and understand what they are feeling. So we understand what the other is going through. As soon as we stop seeing things exclusively from our point of view, a new world of possibilities and opportunities opens up to us. And here are some techniques to improve your empathy. Listen with your heart. Listen to what the person has to say to you. Listen not only with your ears, but also with your heart. Trust your intuition to see if there is another hidden message in the words that the person communicates. Take an interest in others. This is probably one of the techniques that has helped me the most during my career in business. In my case, it's something that comes to me naturally. I'm curious by nature and I like to take an interest in others. I find that each meeting can bring us new things. The other benefit that I realized was that this and voluntary networking opened a lot of doors for me. It also allowed me to expand my circle of acquaintances, which can facilitate the resolution of certain conflicts or certain problems. By knowing someone personally, especially in large structures, you can solve a problem, find a solution, or have your questions answered much quickly than if you are just another colleague who asks a question by email or who will take up some of your time and energy to go to a meeting to talk about a subject that doesn't really interest you. Believe me, it's much easier to pick up your phone and give someone a call to ask questions or come to a solution informally than to send emails or have cold meetings. So take an interest in others, ask them questions, remember their first name, take the time to get to know them. It's something that can be developed. Also be flexible. Don't stick to just one point of view. Good leaders are those who are open to the ideas and opinions of other people. This idea complements the first point about empathy. See the situation from other people's point of view. If someone mentions a point of view that is different from yours, be open. You have never seen someone, when you talk to them about a subject, roll their eyes or breathe very heavily to make you understand that they do not agree. Such an attitude does not encourage discussion. We all have our agendas. Others don't defend a point of view different from yours just to annoy you. They must have reasons for doing so. By being flexible and seeing things from the perspective of others, it shows your leadership qualities. You place more emphasis on finding what is right for the team or organization rather than being right. I hope that you will put these techniques in place. They have changed a lot of things in my life, and I hope they will help you in yours too. When you chat with someone, you need to be physically and mentally active and engage with the person. We will see in the next section the things to avoid because there are some, but in this video I would like to specify some techniques to help you increase your emotional intelligence, improve also your ability to listen, but also to understand the other person and encourage the person to trust you. The first thing is your physiology. Do you nod your head when listening to someone? Any signs that show that you want to know more? I'm sure that you have had the experience of chatting with someone completely frozen. He doesn't move and stares at you. You don't know if the person is bored, is happy, or about to commit a crime. Well, I'm exaggerating a bit, but it's very important that you are physically engaged in the conversation. Give a small nod from time to time to show that you are listening. Keep an open physiology. These signals must be subtle as not to disturb the person in front of you. Avoid crossing your arms, crossing your legs. I'm sure that you enjoy talking more with someone who leans slightly toward you, someone who looks you in the eye, someone who adopts an open physiology, unlike someone who adopts closed physiology, cross his arm and leans back. Someone who looks out the window or keep an eye on his computer. Body language also shows your willingness to listen and communicate. Pay attention to involuntary movements. For example, if you play with a pen or you type with your feet on the ground, these are signals of unconscious nervousness. It is for this reason that I have repeatedly recommended to be in the present moment to spot these movements. If it's a person in front of you who makes this kind of movement, do not hesitate to tell them to stop. I once asked a colleague who was giving a presentation to put his pen down. It was a pen with a button, and he kept pressing the button. It was preventing me from listening, and I'm sure it was preventing other people from listening or following his presentation well. You can also look at eye contact. Look at the person in front of you. That said, constantly looking someone in the eye can be intimidating for you or the person in front of you. So it's up to you to judge the ideal moment to look away briefly before establishing eye contact with the person in front of you. Personally, I like to synchronize myself with the person in front of me. When she or he speaks and look me in the eye, I continue to look them in the eye. As soon as they look away, I look away, and which is normal in a conversation. So I look elsewhere, and it should happen naturally. The idea is to look in the same direction. Also, smile. Smiling can be used to signal to the person that you are paying attention. Here, I'm talking about a slight smile to show that the person's message is well received. Along with smiling, looking the person in the eye and nodding, these signals show that the message is being received and understood. In addition, it makes you more beautiful and makes your company more pleasant. I found that these small details, they are small details, but can make a huge difference in your conversation. So I strongly encourage you to practice this technique if you are not practicing them already.